All right, welcome to the stream Thursday night. This has been a rough week. Let's go look at the dashboard here. So not going the right direction for this evaluation account for sure. So this strategy has been great until now, and this is where we're at. So, it's common to have losing streaks. Definitely going to happen, red days, red weeks kind of thing. It's just not good when you're in an evaluation or in a newly funded account where you don't have the room, you don't have that buffer to be able to have that day or week. So we'll see. This should be a good night because it's been a rough week so far, and with the statistics or the probabilities, should be a good night. If it's not, we'll be resetting this account. Right now, I'm at $148,063. I can only go down to 146,512 before this has to reset. So not great, but it is what it is. So let's go over to Topstep X. So I'm going to go over to my risk settings. Tonight they don't really count because I'm just going to blow out this account if it doesn't work. My first trade I'll be risking $1,000. Then I'll have to reduce that for the next trade. And that'll be it. 2 losers and we'll be blown out tonight. But with a risk 1 to make 1.8 to 2, normally I could have 3 or 4 trades in a night. 3 trades is usually when I'm calling it quits. So with 3 trades risking 1,000 to make basically 2,000, I could easily recover this entire account and be in a good spot. We'll just have to see if the market will give that to me or not. Normally I would be locking this out right now. I am going to come down here and do, let's see, do nothing. Liquidate, do nothing, save. So now it's not going to do anything. Max trades per week. Trade as many as I want today. So I'll just put 20 in there just in case. And then we'll put that back at 5 after tonight if it's a good night. All right, back over the chart. Looking at the 1-minute chart with the NQ. Let's see where we at here. Kind of just sideways, right? Wow, look at that. It's just not doing anything. All right, we'll see if this wants to break out, get a trend going. That would make it easier for me. And then down here, I'm waiting for a flatline switch. Like it's not quite. Let's see if there's any examples easily find here so you can see what I'm looking for right here. So they stay flat like this and then switch. Then I'm looking to jump in the trade. So, but it has to be inside my window that I've tested. So my proven statistical probabilities take place between 8 p.m. and midnight. And then again in the morning, like 9:30 to 2 or 1, somewhere in that area. The first one that sets up is one I would take if I don't get any trades at night. All right, so I'll just hang out and wait for a trade to set up. I'll be here till midnight, or I get 3 trades, or I blow out the account, whichever comes first, and then I'll be back in a few minutes. So we just clicked 8 o'clock. New 30-minute candle just opened. I'm going to go take a peek at that real quick. You can kind of see the trend that's happening right here. Had this big boost, sold off back to this support area, was resistance, broke out, came back to what was once resistance becoming support. So now let's see if this is going to hold and let it rip higher, or do we start a downtrend and start making lower lows and lower highs? But in this 30-minute candle, it's only been open for 4 minutes. It already retraced this one before it and started to sell off. Not a good sign if you're long in this trade right now. But then again, if you're long down here at the bottom, at least your risk is small. All right, finally selling off to the downside here. Let's see how far it's going to go. Breaking out back into this mess over here. Yeah, maybe this thing will sell off the rest of the night. If this could come up, get me a switch to the long side, and then switch back flatline short would be awesome. Because I'd rather be in short right now than long. Looking at the 30-minute candle up here and the 1 minute down here. Okay, looks like we got a flat line here. Let's see if it wants to switch. I almost missed that trade. Let me do my risk on it. Okay, check my calculator. It looks like about 20 points. And then if I look at the spread right now, we're about $1. So $1 in, dollar out. So about 22 points is my risk. 3 contracts gets me 1,300. Too much. 2 gets me 880. Maybe I'll trade this in the micros. I'd like to be right at 1,000. So we'll do like 23 contracts in the micros. Let me go over there. Let's go to MNQ. Okay, 23 contracts queued up in MNQ. Now we'll see if the switch confirms, and we'll see if the switch confirms, and I'll jump into the to the short side. If it does, I got 23 contracts queued up. I got MNQ on deck. Should be good to go. All right, so back to the 1 minute candle here. So you can kind of see what's happening. We have did that sell off from that 30-minute candle, broke that support area, and now it went to the next support area. It's bouncing off of that. So now let's see if it's going to build energy sideways for another continued sell-off. If it ends up closing candles up in this range up in here, then I'll not be able to take this trade. I'll have to wait for a new setup because I need my line to stay flat down here. Let's erase those drawings so I can see it. So I need this to stay flat. But if it starts closing up in here, it won't be flat anymore and it won't be my trade. All right, looks like we're going to get a switch here. See that switching down there? I got my contracts queued up. Hit sell here in just a second, about 45 seconds if this is going to confirm. So it did. It came down. It went sideways, built energy, and now it's continuing lower. Question is, how low is it going to go? I really hope this is a winner, or my account is going to be in big trouble. I need this to be a winning trade. And hopefully it's a big winning trade where I could squeeze more out. Eight seconds. We're going to find out. We're going to make it or we're going to blow up. Oh, it's getting jumpy. All right, so
Order
we're in short
filled.
now. Give it room. Let's give it room just in case it wants to sell off. Oh, I can't make that much. I can only make 4,500. I think I risked too much. I think I did something wrong with my calculations. We might be taking some of these out. $867 is my stop. Let's see. Oh no, we're okay. 931. All right, cool. 86. Actually, I think 868 is my stop. Target is 813. Actually, it's a little bit below. What is it? 807. 807 is the target. So essentially I'm risking 900 to make 1800. It's good. It's about risk 1 to make 2. And we're almost in my move to break even spot. All right, we'll see what happens here. And if I would have got out right there, I would have made $1,000 more than my risk. Account would be back in a good spot where I had plenty of room to breathe. But that's not the strategy. My stop is in a tough spot here because this broke this support. So it's coming down here. Will it come back up to retest that support to become resistance and then roll over and go down? If that happens, I'm going to be in trouble. And we got a new 30-minute candle opening soon. So let's go look at that real quick. It's a big red candle. Will that candle retrace? If it does, it's going to probably hit my stop on a retracement. So I really got 3 minutes left for this trade to really get going to make me feel confident. If not, I might be in a rough spot. Let's see what it looks like on the 5-minute candle. Is that going to retrace fully? I'll be in trouble as well. So there's a lot going against me other than the market selling off. But I got to keep my stop where my stop is because that's the strategy. So I'm in the right direction with the market. It's just my stop is where it has to be, and where it has to be is kind of a scary spot. And again, I do my risk management through position sizing, not where my stop is. My stop goes there because that's what the probabilities tell me to do, not because of how much money I want to lose. If I was doing this strictly on how much money I want to lose, I would be with less contracts and my stop would be way up high, plenty of room for it to move around, but then I would also have to risk a lot less per trade and make a lot less per trade. So I'd rather go with the a little bit lower probabilities of 69% winning, risking 1 to make 2, and be able to have more risk on the trade than to go with like a, say, an 80% win where I'm risking 1 to make 1 and, you know, having a lot less risk on the trade because my stop would be so far away. Because really what I'm risking I can make. So if I'm risking 1 to make 2, I risk 1,000 and make 2,000, right? So if I try to look at my trades based on the risk, not based on the profit. So what's the risk and then manage from there. I never look at what's the profit and manage from the profit. All right, this is where I can get in trouble. 5 seconds left. New 30-minute candle opens. Will it dip down before going up? Or will it go up before dipping down? New 30 minutes open. Let's see what it does. Market, be nice to me. Give me some money. And it's tempting just to take $700 here, $800. So tempting. Just because the account is at risk. If the account wasn't at risk, I wouldn't be tempted at all. I just let it ride. But with an account at risk, it's tempting. But I got to play the probabilities, and then whatever happens, happens. Like when this account blows up, I want it to blow up, and then I want to be able to say, I did everything right. I followed all my rules. I waited. I was patient. I didn't pull trades off early. There's nothing worse than pulling a trade off early and seeing it hit your target. And then that was money that you could have used to pay for the loser that's coming. Do that a few times, and now the risk reward is lopsided when you look at the long-term probabilities. All right, here we go. Coming back down. Let's quickly see what this looks like on the 30-minute candle. I should put that 30-minute chart up here just so it stays up here. All right, there we go. So we got a little retraced, not a big one. Hopefully we can break below here and find a way back down in this pocket somewhere down here. Starting to feel more confident in this trade. Little support area building there. Does that go back to anything? Why is that there? What's the purpose of that area? Yeah, I guess back here we hit that a whole bunch and had some activity. So maybe there's something there. Looking at the 30-minute chart. Next shelf is way down here. That'd be great, actually, because then I would hit my max profit for the day, which is $4,500 in the evaluation. Not supposed to make more than that. I can make more than that, but not supposed to. If I do, then I'll just have to make more to pass. Instead of trying to make 9,000, I'll have to make like 10 or whatever. Whatever the difference is, I'll have to make. There's like a penalty. All right, back to the 1-minute chart. So if I did take my trade off here with a 69% win rate, still pretty good because I'm at least making what I'm risking. So I have my winners will be paying for my losers. So at least, and with a 69% win rate, that's still not bad. If I had a 50% win rate, then that wouldn't work for me. But with a 69, no problem. 70, 80, all good. So an option I have right now is to look at it, hit that $1,000 marker again, pull my trade off the table, and then enter or put another trade in waiting for this to break. So I'll give away a little bit of a profit potential in the trade, but at least I'll secure the profit. And then if this support holds, then great, I'm already out of the trade, got my money. So that's what I'm tempted to do here if this keeps on building, but now we're moving down, so this is good. So I'm gonna move my stop to break even, or to, come on, let's go push a little bit more. My target's right there, you can do it. I'll drop this and see if I can get lucky. It's a pretty big candle. Oh no. All right, at least we got to break even plus a couple of dollars. Right there, come on. Push right through there. Why is it bouncing off this exact number? I need this exact number and it's bouncing off of it. What is happening right now? Right? Like, this is like a joke. Is someone watching this right now from like the sim funded world or the sim world? And he's like, oh, you know what? Let's make E's chart just hit that number he's looking for, and then reject off of that number instead. This has to be a joke. Alright, I might just have to take this off and say, not going to get a full win out of it, but at least I get most of it. Because it keeps bouncing off my number. Looking for it to just poke through my number. Alright, we'll get a little bit less out of it. So if it comes back to that number again and bounces, we'll just be out. I don't want to be greedy, but I'd like to hit the targets. Because then the math works out. If I'm not hitting my targets, the math doesn't work out. So we're building some sideways energy again. Is it to go down or to go back up? Right at my exact target. Unbelievable. Okay, there we go.
Order filled.
All right, I'm going to take it right there. That'll put me at 17.19 on the day. Yes, I could have waited for it to actually poke through and get to 1800. But the way it was bouncing just before that, I was like, I'm done. I can't take a chance for $100. I'm good. So I risked basically 900 to make 17.19. So a good way to start the night. Let me update my P&L bigger so you can see where it's at. I mean, it's right here on the bottom here, so you can see that right there. But if that's too small, up here in the green, up here you can see the P&L, and I'm going to add a bigger one for people that are looking at it on their phones. All right, so that's huge. That's huge for my account. That puts me into the driver's seat now. If I can get 2 more trades like that, we'll be right back in the green and good to go. I'll bring the next trade to you. I'll just hang out, let this run. I'm going to go do a couple things, and I'll be back in a minute. All right, traders, try to make it easier for you when you're like watching the replay on the stream. Anytime you see this on my screen, it's because I'm not here, not talking, just kind of hanging out. But whenever I pull this away, it's because I have something to say or I'm getting ready to take a trade or whatever it might be. So if you want to fast forward through the stream, if you're watching the replay, you can just, every time you see this go away, you can hit stop and see what's up. And then when it comes back, you can hit fast forward to the next piece. So with that said, I'm back for a little bit. I want to go over to the Topstep dashboard. So up here, actually, before I do that, up here you can see my balance, 149,783. I'm up 17.19 right now. It's 150K combine, so it looks like I'm only down 200 and change, but it's not accurate. I'm down a lot more than that. Let's go over to the calendar and to the data. So I'm really like down way more than that. I'm almost down, yeah, like probably 2,000 something. Although now that I just made that money, we'll go and check here in a second. So this is what the week has looked like so far. So I had a green day of 1,100, which really should have been more like 12 to, actually should have been more. Should have been, it was one trade. So this should have been a $2,000 green day, but I didn't have the right position size. I was late to the party and I didn't want to just jump in with a bunch of contracts. So I kept it small, took the trade because I wasn't able to calculate my risk. And then, so I only made 1,000, but had I made $2,000 in this day, then this red day with 3 trades wouldn't have looked so bad, but it still would have been bad. Because at the end of this green day, it's like starting over coming into this day. I could still only lose $4,500. So before I started this day, I was able to lose $4,500. And then when I come in on this day, I'm still only allowed to lose $4,500. And then on this day, same thing, only allowed to lose $4,500. You know, basically on this day, I say only allowed to lose $4,500 on these 2 days, but really I'm in the red now. So now I can only lose 3,000 on this day, 3,000 on this day, and then I lost 1,300. So now basically on this day I was down to like 1,500 bucks before I blew out. Even on the week, it looks like I'm only down $216 in a week. It's not true. I'm really down like $3,000. So, or now down like a lot less than that, but I was like down like 3,000. So let's go back over to, so whenever you're in the valuation account from a psychological standpoint, it's hard to like think I don't have any money. I didn't make any money, even though I see 1,000, even though I see 1,700, I still don't have any money in my account. I can only lose, you know, this much. So it makes it just from a psychological standpoint a little harder. Let's go back to the dashboard here. So the high of my account was 151,000. That was in the first day. So when that happened, my trailing loss moved up. So I can only lose now, you know, I started with the ability to lose 145,000, but now I can only lose 146,512. So the nice part is, with my account being at 149,783, I'm allowed to lose 146,512. So now I'm back to where I can lose $3,000, which is great because that gives me a full night's trading, and still lets me come back the next day and make some money. Now, if I can get one more winner in here of another $2,000, then I'll be back in the green. This account will be right where it needs to be. So it'll be a pretty sweet spot, right? 149 is where we're at right now, 783. So plus 2,000 just for the visual if you guys are watching on phone or whatever, bigger numbers. That'll put me at 151,783, which is about $700 over my highest day. So I'm back growing the account, but still only allowed to lose 4,500. Once I get this account above 154,500, then I'll start to see a buffer. Still be only risking $1,000 per trade. I'm going to keep that same risk all the way through until this account is passed. Let's go back over to Topstep X. And then we'll scroll back up on our stats. So best trade is showing $1,000, but clearly I just made $1,700 on this trade. So these stats are not updating that fast, so they take a while to catch up. But basically, my best trade and worst trade from when this last updated is great. You know, my best trade is better than my worst trade. Average winning trade, average losing trade, not great. I need to fix those numbers. They should be fixed, right? I should only be losing 1,000 right now and winning 2,000, so that should be able to get fixed pretty fast. It's just when I take a trade off the table early, like I break even. So when I get moved, when the ticker moves to my break even point, then I move my stop to my break even plus a couple dollars. So I have wins in here that are like $50. So they're going to bring this average down. But even with those wins bringing my average down, I would still like this to be at least equal to or better than my losing trade. It would be really nice. Not a good looking chart at the moment. And then you can see these stats here. So the day wins, this is accurate. It's up to date right now, right? I just had one trade and it was a winner. All right, let's go back to the trading thing. All right, so we'll wait for the next setup to take place. Looks like it may be a long trade, my next one. Let's go look at the 30-minute real quick. What time is it? 1:56. Or sorry, 20:56. So 30-minute. We got the 30 and the 1 hour getting ready to click over, and candles like to retrace. So we'll see. So this did go dip down, gave me my profit, and now it's on its way back up to retrace the candle before. So when this new 30-minute candle opens, is it going to continue to retrace this one? It might. And it might retrace this green candle here first. We might see it go red first. That's what I'm anticipating. And then a continued retrace of this red candle. But the 1 hour is also opening. So that's going to play a factor into it. And that's red. So I would expect this to also retrace. So the next 30-minute open, I would expect it to be green. So we can see a retrace of this 1 hour candle and a continued retrace of that 30-minute candle to at least halfway. Oop, 30 seconds, not where I want it to go. So we can still see at least a halfway retrace of that is what I would expect. So I'm going to draw a line here of about halfway. I would expect to see that right there. Let me change the color so you can see it. Now let's go back over to the 1 hour candle. And that's almost a halfway retrace of the 1 hour candle. It looks like it's about there. Let's change that to maybe orange. So I would expect this next 30-minute candle to open and hit at least somewhere between the yellow and the orange here. Is what I would expect. I don't have a probability for it, so I'm not going to trade that. Won't be trading because I don't have a probability for it. So we got the new 2 minutes left. But what that does tell me is that if I get a switch and then a trade indicating a long trade, you know, right after it's done this, it makes me a little nervous. So at that point, depending on what's been happening, if I've had a lot of winning trades, like, you know, I have a 69% win rate per trade, 84% per day. So if I've had 7 winners already, I'm overdue for a loser. And this might be like, if it's setting up to where it looks like it's just a retrace, then I'm still gonna take the trade. I'm gonna take every trade available, but I'll probably reduce my risk for a little while when they're like that. But at the same time, if this was a retrace and now it's coming back down and it triggers me a short trade, then I'm gonna feel a little bit better about that trade, and I'm just gonna stay the course. But if it's looking like it's normal market behavior and I'm expecting it to go a certain direction and my indicator is telling me otherwise and I'm overdue for a loser, then I'm going to reduce my risk. So I'm not sure if you all do that, you know, because really if you have a 75% or 70% win rate, that's, you know, after a losing trade. I know there's some people out there that differ about like what statistics actually are. But if you have a 70% win rate after that, you know, you just had a loser and now you have 70% win rate. Is the way I see it. But every time there's a winning trade, that 70% win rate starts to become less and less and less, because sooner or later you're going to have a loser. All right? And if 70% means that 7 out of 10 trades you're winning, and you have had 10 trades that were winning, what does that mean for your win rate coming up? Are you looking at like a 5% win rate, a 1%? Like, what's the probability is you're going to have a winning trade after that? Is that probability 1%, 5%? What is it? So I know probabilities are like a gray area. A lot of people are like, well, there's no real probabilities in trading. It's just, straight luck all the time kind of thing. But I do believe in probabilities. I can track them and see what they're doing. Speaking of tracking, I need to go over to the My Strategy Manager and put my my trade in there. So let's go over there real quick. So this is the tool I use, the My Strategy Manager. So down here for today's trades, I am green my first trade out. So not red, green. And then so I track what's happening with my success, because if it's going to start, so this is the back test up top, and then this is my actual trading. So I can look and see, how I'm tracking with this right now. So right here I had these are winning trades, so 69.49. And then down here I can see right now I'm currently trending at 64. So I'm not even. Yeah, 64. So it is falling off from the back test. So if this keeps on going down and gets to like 55, then I'm going to say, well, something's wrong. I need to hit pause. 55, you could still make money, peanuts, but it's still peanuts, right? It's not 49 where I'm going in the red. But at 55, it lets me know I need to hit pause on my strategy, because I'm trending the wrong direction with this strategy. So I definitely track per trade, per day, and my risk reward to see if everything's still tracking the way I expect it to be. And if you're interested in that tool I just showed you, there's links in the description where you can go and find it. All right, so what do we got here? New 30-minute candle is open. So we got the red, right? Retracing that 30 before it. Not all of them do it, but a lot of them do it. Just go back in the chart and look. So it's retracing it. So that's got more than halfway retrace. So now we start the upward move and start to fill in this 1 hour candle. All right, let's see what happens. I'm going to step away from the computer for a little bit, just let this run, and we'll see what ends up happening with this. All right, so while we got a few minutes, I'm going to go ahead and go over to my risk settings. So my account today, now it has, the most I can make in a day is 4,500. I've already made 17, 19. So 2781. So for my profit, I'm going to move this to 2789. That should cover some commissions. Actually, let's go a little bit more. Let's go at 95. There we go. So we'll go 2795. So that'll automatically put my profit on the chart at that level when I get into my trade. So if I get into the trade and it immediately like goes crazy for some reason up to in my favor, it'll give me a chance to if it blows through my target and just goes straight up, say if I'm long, then my stop will automatically be in, so I can't make more. I shouldn't be able to make more than I'm supposed to. But I also have this personal daily profit target here, 4510, also to help me out. But I put do nothing here, so I'm going to change that to liquidate. Not block, but liquidate. Just in case something weird happens, I'll have a chance to get back in and take another trade. So I got two ways now that I can try to not make too much money and end up with a penalty. But at the same time, if it moves faster than I can move, my target will already be waiting for it. And then my stop, I always put my risk in for my stop, so it automatically goes in as well. And then, it's not like I'll be risking 900, and this will put that risk in at 1,000. And then I can move it to be the exact number. Or if my risk is 1,020, I can move it. But at least it'll get me close to where I'm supposed to be at. Just in case it moves quickly in the wrong direction, then my stop was already in. I'm not going to lose more than $1,000 for that trade. Normally I would lock these settings out so that I don't FOMO or get on tilt and blow out my account, and because I can come in here and change them at any time like you just saw me do. But once I hit this lock button, I cannot come back and change it. It's locked out until the next market opens the next day, the next 6 p.m. open Eastern Standard Time. When my next trade is green, I'm going to come in here and put these numbers in, lock this out, and then I'll be locked out because my account will be back in a great spot. I don't have to worry about it. And then it'll protect me from getting on tilt or trying to overtrade or any of those things. And I don't want to give away all my profits for the day either. So I'll be able to come back in here and put realized gains, enable trailing, which is already there. So speaking of that, I just made 1,700. So if I lose, 2,200 from here, the most I'll lose on the day is, I don't know what, $400, something like that, depending how fast it's moving. So I didn't really do the math in my head. I just threw that out there, but you get the idea. So this trailing stop will help me keep from giving back all my profits. So the next winning trade, if I make another $2,000, say I make 2,200 on the next trade, and then my third trade, something weird happens and it goes down, and then I keep on trading, and now I'm on tilt, and I keep on trading, then I lose 2,200. It'll lock me out, and I'll be at profit from that first trade, 1,700 still. So pretty nice to help protect the account if I do some dumb trading. But anyway, love these risk tools that they have on Topstep X. They're really awesome. All right, looks like that 1 hour candle is not going to retrace just yet. Might want to come all the way down here first. Let's go back to the 30. So this full candle, full 30 is almost retraced, tail and all. And we got only 10 minutes in. So a lot of time left for it to throw a big tail here and go back up. But if something sets up, then I'll be back on. In the meantime, I'm going to take a break. All right, so this is what I'm looking at right now. So I'm getting ready to get a switch to the long side. When it only has one dip, then it's flat, and it goes, they call it check mark trade. I don't go full size on them because the probability is less. So when I take these, it's just basically lunch money kind of trade. But we had this, look, how much time do I got to sort this out? It's about a minute. All right, so we had this 30-minute fully retrace. Now it's on its way back up. The 1 hour has not started a retrace yet. Right, so 1 hour still has room to retrace, and I'm getting my switch to the long side with the checkmark trade setup. So this looks great. Oh, let me jump in here. 5 contracts, buy. All right, so now I'm in long with 5 contracts. And I'm going to switch this over to the 1 minute so I can better manage this. I got my lines in the chart where I'm expecting it to go to for at least a halfway retrace of those other candles. Stop 8:30. Let's see. $8.29. So risking a little more than I would have liked to have risked on this trade. I just didn't run it through my calculator first. I'm going to move this actually down to 885. Because I have other things to do, so I'm not going to be sitting here watching it the whole time. So that target turns out to be pretty much right in the pocket of where there's a draw. Yeah, I'll move it here for now. And I'm going to come over here. I'm going to take 3 contracts out as soon as we get into profit. Or I'll put it on the chart and then trail them, because I'm risking a little more than I would like. So right click, stop sell, 3. Give it a chance to make a new high here. And then I'll trail this up. Got rejected quick. Okay, so dropping my 3 in. All right, so I took 3 contracts out. Now I'm risking $100. That's more like it. Yeah, I did want to just let it ride, but I don't want to risk that much money on these little lunch money trades. So I should probably get some resistance right in here when I get to the top of that. You can see we're in the channel right now. That could be resistance. But I would expect to come to at least the top of this channel because of the retrace. So let's go back over now that we got time. 30 minutes. So we had the full retrace of this green candle already. But this one still has room to go to get halfway, which is my target right now. And then over on the 1 hour candle, we didn't really get any retrace on it yet. We got this nice rejection though. So again, pocket for retrace. I would expect it to do at least that, if not the whole thing. So this trade still looks pretty good. But anything can happen in the markets. The only reason why I'm even in this is because I do have a check mark trade giving me some higher probability that this will actually play out. All right, let's go down to the 1 minute. And if I take a loss on it, then I lose $111. And I've already made a little bit of money on those other 3 that I just took out, so maybe it's $100 at the most. Let's see, what's my P&L? 1730. Let me update that. It was 1719. So I got about $11 in there. Yeah, so I'll lose $100 if this fails. And my stop is just above support here too, which I hate because it could come back and retest that and then stop me out and go higher. But that's where it's supposed to be based on what you're seeing down here with my indicator. Actual target's 9885. So I'm risking a tiny bit more than I'm making. You can see right there, if it was a 1, that would be even, loser, or winner. Well, it says even, loser, winner, but reality is there's a spread to deal with. So when it's 1, I'm really losing more than I can make because of the spread. So I got to look over here and see 715, 71. So it's pretty close right now, actually. The spread's really tight, about $1 or less. But sometimes that opens up and you get more. Especially even the equities market. Sometimes this is crazy. Like it could be like $5 or $10 different. Like you enter the trade, you're automatically down $1,000 just for getting in because of the spread. Gold's usually pretty expensive, the spread too, because a lot of times my moves in gold might be like a 5-point move, and then the spread is $1 in, $1 out. So really, I'm risking 7 to make 3. Right, I'm risking $7 to make $3 because of that. So definitely want to take into account the spread here. And again, anything I say on here is not trading advice. I'm just thinking out loud, talking to myself. You're listening in. I'm not telling you what to do. Trading is speculation. I don't like to think this is a casino or gambling because I'm doing everything based on probabilities. When I just go in and start slinging trades, then it's straight casino gambling. And when I trade on discretion, I consider that a casino trade. But yeah, trading is fully speculation. Whatever happens in the past doesn't mean it's going to happen in the future. Even though it's all we have to look at is the past. And if you copy me, it's at your own risk. Maybe you should wait till I prove myself on here before you think about copying me. And there's a delay between my live stream and what you're seeing, and that delay varies. So by the time you get into the trade trying to copy me, I might be out already. So it's just barely touching my break-even window. So I'm going to move this up to break-even plus a couple bucks. And we'll see what happens here. I already made $11 in that first trade. Again, little bonus money, lunch money trades. So if I take a loss here, or if it hits this $3, it'll be a loss probably because of commissions and the spread. But my P&L will probably still be above what it originally started at, 719, 1,719. We shall see.
Order filled.
All right, so we're out of that trade. So new P&L. I didn't affect it at all. Interesting. So I'm going to hit flat and cancel. All right, there we go. So that little $3 basically covered the cost of the commissions and the spread. So a little lunch money there, made $11. All right, buddy, bring the next trade to you. I'll be back in a little bit. Actually, before we go away, let's look at this 1 hour candle. What did it do? We saw the 30, didn't quite go 1 hour. Did it do any? Started to retrace it a little bit. Still has a lot more room to go though. So basically had a support here, came out, support and resistance. This little itty bitty channel broke out, came back in, retest. It might break out and boost up into here, but that's okay. It'll go without me. All right, I'm gonna head out. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, you can see clearly it made its way up into the pocket that I had called out. I just had to go do book time with the kids, so I wasn't able to stick around and manage the trade. So I moved my stop to break even a little premature. Kind of needed to be actually just above that dotted line before I did that. And so a little premature. Had I waited for this candle to break the dotted line, move my stop to break even, I would have been good. In target, in pocket, making money, but I had to go do book time, so I wasn't able to take advantage of that. But that's all right. Again, this is just my like bonus money trade, little lunch money trade. If it was my main setup, I would have been like, sorry, kids, you're going to have to wait. I got to make 2,000 bucks. But anyway, all right, bring the next trade to you. All right, just checking back in here. I'm going to go over to the 1 hour chart real quick here. So now you can see that 1 hour candle is almost fully retraced. So is this trend going to continue? Is this just a flag from this up move? Now we're going to see a continued up move. Very possible. Right now, the way things are setting up, my next trade will be a long trade. Unless things change. Let's go back to 30. So the hardest part about trading is just sitting there waiting for your setup, being patient, especially when you're like trying to live stream. I feel like I need to be active the whole time and trading the whole time. But it's really just, I mean, trading is like fishing. It really is. Just kind of hang out, waiting for your little bobber to go down, and then snag it. So here's a 30-minute. That candle's almost fully retraced. So we'll have to see what the market wants to do now. Is it time to roll over or keep on going up? We got 9 minutes left. I would still anticipate a retracement of this candle. And on the 1 hour, I would still anticipate a retracement of it, down and then up from there, which is what might set me up for a trade, because that down will trigger a switch. As long as it stays flat, when it goes back up, then I will be able to jump in that trade and take a ride to the long side. So we'll see what happens. Come back in about 9 minutes, and then hopefully have a trade. Gonna move this back to the 30-minute. Although it looks like it might be going down for a switch now. But if it happens, I'll be back. All right, so the new 30-minute and new 1-hour candle just opened. So let's go zoom this in a little bit. So as I said, I would expect that to have a retrace, which it did. Also give me the switch, except it doesn't look like it's going to stay flat, so it won't be a trade for me. And then if we look at the 1-hour candle, here's the 1-hour candle, and that's retraced as well as expected. So far, everything I've been calling out has been completely accurate. I wish I just traded my discretion on this account and made a bunch of money discretionary trading with it. But right now, I'm trying to do this other strategy that's all about probabilities, not discretion. So I'm not going to take any of those trades with this account. I may open up another account here in a week or so where I just discretionary trade that, and then I can have a lot more trades during my live stream and have a little more fun with the discretionary side of it. I do enjoy discretionary trading more than probabilities, because it's just a bigger rush. You know, it's a little bit more uncertain. You know, you're trusting your gut, your instincts, everything. And it kind of just, it's a little more exciting to trade like that. But yeah, so retraced the 1-hour and the 30-minute has fully retraced now. So we'll see what it's going to do from here. Is it going to start to come back up and look to go green, or is it going to make us wait until the next candle before it goes green and starts to go higher? Anything can happen at this point. This is a if I was going to be a trader of this at this moment, I would be trading long right here, looking for a bounce, and my stop would be down way below here, because it could easily retrace this full tail that's right here. Excuse me, couldn't get to the mute in time. But yeah, that's why I have my indicator. So I'm waiting for it to tell me when the probabilities are in my favor, and then I'll be taking the trade. But all right, just want to give you a quick little update. Retraces have happened there. Let's go over the 30, and we'll let it rest back on the 30-minute. And let's see this thing head back north. Just waiting for a setup to take place. Right now we just talked about the retracement of these candles before. We'll have to wait and see where it's going. Right now everything looks sideways to me. Still kind of consolidating after this big move up. And, you know, unfortunately trading sometimes is like fishing, where it's just a patience waiting game and nothing's happening. And that's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm waiting for a nice flat line switch to take place down here with my indicator to jump into my next trade. Right now I'm up $1,730 in the night. Looking for 2 more trades to do roughly about the same on each one of them. And then I'll be calling it a night. But by midnight, I'm done trading. So I got about 2 hours left. And hopefully we'll get at least 2 more trades that will set up in that time. But right now, everything's just kind of flat. Flat, flat, flat. Nothing going on other than this 30-minute candle retracing right here. So I'll be back in a few minutes when things start to take place. Okay, I have a switch that's setting up right now. Possibly. We got that flat right there. So now I'm going to calculate my risk on this trade, just in case it switches to the short side. Not really a trade I want to be in, but I just got to trade the numbers. I would rather be in a long trade, but if it's supposed to be short, then short it is. Let's do a quick calculation here. 82. So it's like a 15-point risk. I'm going to go back to the NQ. I was only trading MNQ because I couldn't afford the risk with the other move that was setting up there. So I'm going to go to my calculator. So 15, switch this over to NQ. Link in the description where I have this tool, where I got this tool, I should say. So let's see, 15, what's the spread right now? Looks like about $1 and change. So I'm going to lose about $2 total, you know, dollar in, dollar out. So $17 with 2 contracts at 680. I want to risk around 1,000, so 3 contracts is what I'm going to end up needing to buy. So let's queue up 3 contracts. Already queued up, perfect. All right, I'll erase the stuff that I just put on there. So if this wants to switch to the downside, I'm going to jump in short, 3 contracts, and go with the flow. It's just kind of a support area. It'll be switching somewhere down here. Yeah, I guess it's got room to come way down here and retest this stuff. So maybe it'll be a good trade. I guess we'll find out. And I'm not showing you what I'm looking at. All right, there we go. So I was saying it looks like it's got room to come down here and retest this area. So I guess we'll find out if this does indeed trip a short trade. But it's got to close kind of down in this pocket here, maybe below, to trigger that short trade. And then maybe it'll be a run back into this zone down in here. All right, let's see what happens. I don't know why Topstep X does this. Like, why did it automatically do this? I'm gonna try to delete all this. It's weird because sometimes, like when I go away and come back, it from one ticker to the next, or if I go from one of these settings on the side back to the charts, I'll come back and find like a whole bunch of craziness. Sometimes I'll switch over to like risk settings, like here, and then I'll come back and the ticker here and the chart window and the ticker and the order window won't even be matching. Look, see, and all this stuff showed back up after I just deleted it. I don't get it. Like, it's fine. I'm in a prop firm, and it's basically like a sim trader. But I know like Topstep has a brokerage, and I believe they're trading on Topstep X. I would not be trading my real money in a personal brokerage with this platform. I love the platform. Don't get me wrong. I love it. It's just got too many bugs for real money to be tied up here. All right, so we have a switch taking place now. How much time do we get? Let's go over the 1-minute candle so I can manage this. I can see. So I got a little countdown timer there so I can see when candles are closing right there. There's so many good things about Topstep X. I just wish it didn't have all the little bugginess still in it. Maybe in another year, this thing will be working pretty awesome. All right, we'll see if this wants to switch to the short side. I'll be jumping in. 3 contracts queued up. Make sure I got the right ticker there. 3 contracts. Everything's good to go. Okay, 10 seconds, 7 seconds. Looks like a short trade is going to happen. 2, 1, and I'm in this trade. Okay, where's my stop? First thing that I got to look at. $887 is my stop. Or actually a little bit higher. 888. All right, profit. 843. So I'm already up 1700. I forgot to save that when I had the risk settings putting it in for me. 2781 is the most I can make, and then I'll max out my day. All right, we'll say 279. And then my move to break even starts at 851. Let's draw that line. Double check my stop, make sure I got that right. 878. All right, cool. So everything is so risking 945 right now in this trade to make roughly 1700 again. $781. Okay. Be nice for this to be a winner. Have an easy night. I've had a rough week. Be nice to have an easy night to end the week. Got 10 minutes left before this 30-minute candle closes. Let's go take a look at it. So I need to get it to break below all of this stuff. So not as easy. Easy when it's just retracing things. Not so easy when it's got to make new lows and new highs above the stuff before it. But in a way, this is almost like a bearish engulfing, which is pretty bearish because it opened above the green body and it's closing below the green body. A real butt bearish engulfing would be everything. Wicks the whole thing, but still looks like a good sign. That's on the 30. Let's go look at the 1 hour. All right, 1 hour basically retraced that whole candle. And again, my target is along the retracement of that tail. So it's not impossible, but it's a lot harder when it's got to cross the body before it. So it might just take a little longer to get there. Let's go back to the 1 minute. Actually, go to the 5 because I know some of you like to look at the 5 minute. This is what the 5 minute looks like. So we had a high, lower, high. Right here, a high, a low, lower, high. Didn't get a lower low though. Well, we did get another lower high. Now we got a lower low, lower high. Will we see a lower low down here? That'd be amazing because then I'd max out my day with this trade. That'd be so awesome. Now I just got to not get stopped out first. Because that's easily the other thing that could happen. It could come back up here to draw an M pattern, stop me out, roll over, and then come down to the target. Won't be the first time. But like I said before I got in the trade, I'd rather be in a long trade than a short trade right now. But I'm trading the probabilities. And that's it. My brain's telling me one thing, the numbers are telling me another. Okay, on the move to the downside here. Man, it's tempting just to take my trade off the table at a 1-to-1. Just because I had such a rough week, this would be a nice way to end my week. But I'm not going to do it. I'm trading the numbers. Going to hang in there. There's nothing worse than taking your trade off early when you're not supposed to. And then you don't have those winners to pay for the losers. It's weird. It's a weird trading psychology. It's like, for me, a lot of times I want to take my trade off early. I see green and I'm trading the P&L. And I'm like, oh, I just should take it off. Let me just take my money. I got money. Let me take it. But then when I'm losing money, I'm like, no, I'm going to stay until it's all gone. It's so crazy that you're willing to lose it all, but you're not willing to stay to make a profit target that you have a probability in your favor that it's going to hit. I wonder if like psychology school, if they use traders as some kind of like lesson, like in human psychology and how the brain works. It kind of has everything in it. Fear, greed, all the different emotions. The endorphins that, you get a little high off of victory that makes you chase that victory. And a loser means it's the opposite, so you're going to feel bad. It's like the hardest game you'll ever play is trading, because it's like a full psychological game, and your eyes are trying to trick you the whole time. Like, you sit here and watch this right now. There's somebody looking at this same chart, and they're making an argument why they should buy in right now to the long side, and maybe they're right, because we are bouncing off of a support area in here. We're in a support area, and then there's somebody else looking at this and making an argument why you should get short right now, because we just broke below this little micro support area up here, and we're bounced, and now we're retesting, and then could be rolling over. Like, there's so many different ways to try to confirm the thing that you want to happen. Sometimes when I think we look at charts and start to read them, it's because we already have a bias in our mind of what we believe should be happening, and then we're looking at the chart to confirm our belief, and then we go ahead and take the trade based on that confirmation bias. That's why it's nice to trade off of an indicator and just trade strictly off of the probabilities that indicator gives you. Or not even an indicator, just a thing, right? It could be retracing candlesticks like we've been talking about all night. Whatever it might be, having that thing to trade off of and then just trading the probabilities of that is kind of nice, because then it helps take away some of that confirmation bias. Right now I'm getting nervous, right? Is this a W pattern right now that's going to break out and stop me out when I could have been out for almost $1,000 in there? Right, what was I at? Yeah, $1,000 I could have been up. Another 1,000 for the night. 2,700 would have been a good night. All right, I'm going to do something that I shouldn't do. I'm going to go over here and click Performance Stats in the middle of this trade. You can still see it down here. And then I'm going to come look at the calendar. And if I close this trade out for $200 more, I'll be green on the week. Green on the week, but still technically red in the account, because my DLL, my max DLL, I need to be above 51,000 something, 151,000 something for that to actually be green. But for $200, I can close this account out green for the week. That would feel pretty good. So I say I shouldn't look at that, because now I'm going to be tempted to trade the P&L. So up top here, you can see where my account is, 149,428. That's closed. So when I was up 1,000, I would have been up 150,000 for something, and I need to be 151 something for this account to actually be back in the green. All right, now it's going the wrong direction. Not looking good. It was almost so nice. It didn't quite get to my break-even area, so I'm still in it. I am worried, though, that this is one of those trades where it comes back up, stops you out, rolls over, and goes to your target afterwards. But in the end, it's really just trading the numbers, right? So I get enough trades in, following the rules. At the end of the month, I know what the data is supposed to do, and then we're good to go. This actually would not be a bad area to add to my position. One contract that would put me a little over my $1,000 risk. I don't like to add to positions when it's already going towards my profit target. I like to add positions when my risk is smaller, when it's closer to my risk. So had I not been talking and I've been thinking, I may have added to my position here. And then right here, I'd be looking to take that add out. And then that would just reduce my potential losses on the trade. That would have been a really smart thing to do, but I didn't do it. Got 2 minutes left before this candle closes. And then we got the new 30 and all that stuff opening, which is going to be a danger for me because we're red. So if that decides to retrace, it's so close to my stop, I'm probably going to get tagged out. So now if it wants to push, when the new candle opens, it wants to push lower first, I'll probably move my stop to break even plus a couple bucks. And then whatever happens, happens. Got 1 minute before the new 30-minute candle opens. Let's go look at that real quick while we got 30 seconds. I'm just curious where the halfway. If it wants to retrace halfway, I'm still under my stop. So I guess that's a good sign. 885. Right? Oh no. That's, yeah, sorry. Halfway's almost right on my stop. Yep. So this could be a halfway up, stop me out, and then roll over. It's a pretty big tail right here too. It's starting to look a little bit more bullish. All right, we'll take a red trade and then wait for the next one. No, it hasn't happened yet, but it's basically going to happen. New 30-minute candle just opened right by my stop. Yeah, almost no chance. Even if it wants to go down, just that little push up before going down could get me out. All right, so I might reduce my risk on this. I'm in 3 contracts. Yeah, too late. Like if it wants to come all the way back down here, I'll just drop this in, maybe take a $100 loss and look for the next trade. Rather than losing 900,
Order
but
filled.
too late. All right, it's too late. So what's one thing I do have a problem with is when I'm trading, especially live streaming or just making content, is a lot of times I like to say what I'm going to do before I do it, and things happen fast sometimes, so I end up late. All right, so going to take a loss in that trade. So now I'm down. My account's still green on the night, 729. Let's fix that. All right, so still up $729 for the night. Looking for the next trade. When it happens, I'll bring it to you. All right, so definitely was a good thing I allowed myself to get stop out and didn't move my stop and all those crazy things. But like I said, I didn't really want to be short this trade. I really wanted to be long, but the data and the numbers said short. So I'm just going to show you the numbers. Took that loss. At least I'm still up on the day, 729. And we can see it now at the top here retesting. I'm going to go over the 30-minute candle. Right there, that new 30-minute green opened and retraced the red and kept on going. So finally retraced this full 30 candle here. So now we're going to see what's going to happen. Now it's anything goes now that it made it here. Is it going to get stuck into this resistance pocket, make its way back to the bottom of this, or is it going to break out? Either way, I got to wait for a trade. Right now it's looking like potentially a long trade will be setting up for me, but now is the time where I would be more inclined to be short. But either way, I'll have to wait for that confirmation. Let's see what happens on the 1 hour. So 1 hour, got this green candle, fully retraced that 1 hour candle before it. And both the 30 and 1 hour are going to close here in 10 minutes. So once they close, will they retrace a piece of this, triggering a switch for me, and then look to make a run back to the top up here. And then I'll be in a long trade going to run up there. That'd be great. It was a draw for it. So I'd still feel pretty good about that trade. We'll have to just wait and see. So about 10 more minutes, then we'll get these candles to close, and then we'll see where they go. Let's go over to the 5-minute. Okay. I can see the 5 right here. That little W pattern right there that broke to the upside. Went into resistance, sold off, and now it's on its way back up. All coinciding with those 30-minute and 1 hour candle closings and retraces. All right, I guess we'll see what happens here. Still waiting for a trade. Going back to the 30-minute. Nope, not 30 seconds, 30-minute. Yeah, when that channel broke, it broke nicely. Kind of wish I would have just switched my trade to the long side, but that would have been a casino trade. Can't do that. I got to stick to my probabilities and the strategy that I'm trading. Like I said earlier, maybe I'll look at a casino account for next week or the week after and do some discretionary trading while I'm waiting for my my strategy to set up. I'll be back in a little bit, probably about 10 minutes. Wait for the 30-minute candle to be closing here. All right, so we're going to see what happens here. Just got to switch. So if this stays flat, I'll get into the long side, which would be kind of nice, actually. I think we got a little bit of a retrace of this 30-minute candle still taking place. But at least it got a little bit in there. Now if we can get a switch back to the long side, maybe run back up to the top here, would be a nice little trade. But we'll have to wait to see if this will switch back to the long side. So I'm going to check my risk on it, see how many contracts I can get. So it's like $11 to $13 risk. Go to my calculator, 13, what's the spread? About $1, so 15, roughly $15. So $900 risk reward. So, or a $900 risk anyway. My reward should be closer to $1,800. So we'll stick with 3 contracts. All right, if this switches, we'll take the trade to the long side as long as it stays flat. These bars right there got to stay flat. Okay, looks like it's going to be no trade because my line is no longer flat. So I'll be waiting for the next setup. I'll be done trading here in about 45 minutes, something like that. So hopefully we'll get a trade in before that happens. I'm just hanging out waiting for a setup to take place. We're basically looking at the 30-minute candle up top here. Still in consolidation, really. I'm just kind of hanging out, looking for a flat line switch over here for me to be able to get an opportunity to get in. But no clear direction right now. It did already have some retracement. There could be a little bit more room for retracement here on the 30, but it may have already done its thing. Looking at the 1 hour candle, it's retraced half already. So kind of like a no man's zone, no man's land right now with all this. Yes, there's a little bit of a down channel here that was taking place, or a trend down here that is now broken. So maybe this will become maybe it'll have room to move higher and break out to new highs, but nothing telling me what direction to go. So just kind of hanging out. So far up on the night, $729, which is great. Had one winner, one loser, and just looking to hopefully get one more trade in before midnight, pick up $2,000 and call it a night. But we'll have to wait and see. All right, so it's past midnight. So that's going to do it for me tonight. The market's just consolidating sideways. So I'm going to close the night up $729. So not bad. I mean, it's better than a red night. I just wish it was like $3,000. But let's go look at the stats and see where we're at. So first up top here, you can see my balance now is at 148,792. So I'm way down. You know, it started at 150,000 plus the 1,000 I made on that first day moved up my max loss limit. So I'm still pretty far away from being able to get to a spot where I can be creating a buffer again. Let's go over here to the stats here. So, and again, these are a little slow to catch up. P&L tonight is, like I said, 7 and change. It's showing 1,200 here. If you even added that 1,200 to this, it still wouldn't be accurate. So I don't know what's happening there. But we'll scroll on down. You can see the calendar. So 1,000 down 1,500, basically a flat day, 1,300, and then up 700. So not good when my winning nights are smaller than my losing nights, but we'll get that back on track. So I'll be back Sunday night. I'm going to finish the week down $1,200, and then hopefully we can get this thing back on track next week. Just one decent night, and I'll be right back in it. Unfortunately, this week's just been a rough week. But all right, everybody, hope you had an awesome day. I'll see you next week, Sunday night, 8 p.m.